Morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, March 7th, 2023 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I am calling the meeting to order. Roll call.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
He is on his way, I believe. So he is, I can see him present.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
All right. Please rise for the invocation and our pledges. Today's invocation will be led by Steve Pulley, who's one of the pastors at Milestone Church in Keller. Pastor?
Let's pray together. Father, thank you for this day and this morning. We know your word is true. And when you tell us that you are always at work to this very day, we thank you. That's true in our world, in our country, in our state, and certainly even here in this very place. You're out in front of us. I pray today, Father, with that being true, I pray for every man and woman in this room. We know we were made by you and to have a relationship with you. So when you tell us to seek you first, I pray you'll teach us and help us to do that. When we draw near to you, you draw near to us. Bless every family. Father, we pray that you bless, Father, everything that is touched. And we pray your Holy Spirit in this room today. We pray for wisdom. We pray for clarity. We pray for your presence and your power. Let us see you today in a way that is extraordinary as you're moving. We thank you. We pray this today in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. Agenda announcements.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, did they give you a paper copy of an agenda also up there?
I have one from a couple days ago. If I have a new one, I'm not aware of it. What has changed?
So, members of the court, as it relates to the agenda this morning, we have several announcements. We do have some items that we do have audience participation forms on, and we will get to those as we go through the agenda. Some of those will need to be removed from the consent agenda, so let's start there. On the county administrator section, item A13, this is the out-of-state travel request. That item has been requested to be removed by Commissioner Simmons. Under the auditor's office, item B3, we have an audience participation form on that particular item. Under public health, item G4, also, members of the court, as it relates to other agenda items, we're going to take two items. We're going to hold two items and take them after close today. The first one is under the Criminal District Attorney's Office, which is item D1. This is the opioid litigation settlement documents. And then also under County Judge and Commissioners, item 1A, this is under County Judges section. We're going to hold that until after close today. Your Honor, we do have speakers also for those areas that are not on, that we did not remove from consent, so we'll work with you as we get to those particular items.
Okay. Thank you, GK. So just so those of you in the room are clear regarding the TAD board issue, what was just said is before we address this in open session, if we even address it in open session at all, we're going to go into closed session, receive legal advice, and then if there's action to be taken after that, we will come back in and reconvene into general session. So if you wish to speak on the item during public comments, we'll allow you to speak about the item before we go into close, or you can wait until we return. That'll be up to you. All right, with that, Commissioners Court announcements. Do we have any announcements? All right, I have a couple. The Mental Health Diversion Center. So I had a visit this past week with County Criminal Court Judge Deborah Neekum, and she basically heads up the diversion center as far as the judges go. She's the liaison, if you will. And it is we get a lot of people in the jail that are trespassing, and her belief is that not enough police departments are aware that this diversion center exists, that it's an option. So she intends to have a meeting with representatives from all police departments in Tarrant County to explain what the diversion center is, to encourage its use when appropriate, and so she wanted me to pass that on. Also, next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, from 9 to 5, there will be a public test at the Elections Administration Building for the upcoming municipal, school board, and community college district elections. So that's next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 9 to 5. If there are no other announcements, next up is approval of the minutes from the February 28th meeting.
Move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the February 28th meeting. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Okay, the minutes are approved unanimously. Next, we have employee recognition. So how many of you are here today for employee recognition? Okay, outstanding. Welcome. Thank you for your service. The way we do this is we're going to read the names of all the 5, 10, and 15-year and 20-year employees, and then we'll ask our 25 and up to stand. So first, we would like to acknowledge and publicly thank our 5-year employees: Mary Ann Abbott, Aston Alley, Maria Amaro, Yuri Carrera, Chijoki Iguzawa, Leticia Hidalgo, Chad Hill, Shalonda Hunter, Suzette Johnson, Bara Loam, Thomas McPhail, Diamantina Ovali, Jose Ramirez Barrera, Teresa Roberts, I'm a little partial to her, Thomas Schmidt, and Kay Stewart. Thank you all very much for your service to Tarrant County. And especially to Teresa. Thank you. She has been phenomenal since I have gotten here. Thank you. Our 10-year employees. 10 years in this day and age, staying anywhere is a long time, and I think it's a testament to the close family atmosphere that exists in Tarrant County, how many people we have that stay 10 years or more. So our 10-year employees: Sandra Barclay, Sandra Bustamante, Kyle Finney, Shavonda Jones, and Kirk Oliver. Thank you all very much for 10 years of service. All right, now our 15-year employees: John Campos and Peggy Campos. There may be a story there of how they met here in Tarrant County, I don't know. Kevin Crowley, Clarence Dixon, Laura Miller, Terrence Nobles, Sonia Roberts, Lionel Rogers Jr., Raymond Willoughby, and Catherine Wolt. 15 years. Thank you all very much. All right, and our 20-year employees. 20 years, that's impressive. Denisha Garner, Anthony Jones, Boyd Llewellyn, Maurice Mitchell, Sarah Oviedo Perez, and Emmett Sanders. Thank you all for 20 years. All right, now we have today 4 25-year employees. First, I'm going to ask Chief Deputy Pedigo, Emily Pedigo. Are you here? There we are. Good morning. 25 years with the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. She's Chief Deputy of Investigations and Warrants. She did patrol for 7 years. She's done dispatch. She's been a detention officer. She's a certified Texas peace officer. She's actually worked in internal affairs. She has literally been all over the department. She served under 3 different sheriffs. And you can tell by how young she is that she started here very early. She started when she was 18 years old and graduated from Burleson High School and was born and raised in Fort Worth. What she told me about Tarrant County, she really, really likes her coworkers. They're some of her best friends, and that she deals with something different every day. It's always interesting. She is grateful to be here and still excited every day to come to work. So on behalf of all the residents of Tarrant County and our Commissioners Court and our entire staff, thank you, Chief Pedigo, for 25 years. Next, we have someone else from the Sheriff's Office. In fact, we have 3 of the 4 from the Sheriff's Office. I'm going to ask Chief Deputy Glenn Richardson to stand. Chief, thank you for 25 years serving Tarrant County. He's an Eastern Hills grad. He did patrol from 2005 to 10, also was in internal affairs. In his spare time, he once built computers, so he's very technologically oriented. He has lived, because of military family, he was born in Wichita Falls. He's lived in Panama City, Panama, Grand Forks, North Dakota, and he has a daughter who he loves dearly and had beaming pride speaking about her. He says the support and mentoring that he has had here while he's been with the Sheriff's Department has been phenomenal, and Chief Richardson, we just thank you. He's a good man. I really enjoyed visiting with you. Thank you for your service.
Chief, congratulations on getting out of Grand Forks, North Dakota.
All right, David Dawson. David is with Precinct 4. He's an operator, also with us for 25 years. He grew up in River Oaks. He graduated from Castleberry High School. He lives in Azle inside his own precinct, and he thinks it is a great place to work. He really enjoys the challenging projects, and we have in common, he has a love for dogs and has an Australian Shepherd and a Dachshund, quite the combo. And his father has a place in Haskell. The whole family is a family of hunters. They use it for bonding time. And he played football for McMurray in Abilene. And I don't think I asked, what position did you play? Defensive tackle. Well, thank you very much, David Dawson, for 25 years of service. We hope for many more. Let's give him a big round of applause. We did have one 25-year employee that was unable to visit with us, and that is Rochelle Tyler, a detention officer also with the Sheriff's Office. She's unable to be here today, but she's been with the county 25 years, started her career working in the housing division, but has spent the last 15 years in the booking division. She has enjoyed being assigned to work in booking because she's met so many people over the years. She really appreciates her coworkers and has built many relationships amongst her coworkers, which is a recurring theme with everyone here in Tarrant County. And she is grateful for all the support she's been given by her supervisors. One of her favorite things to do is to help arrange the potlucks in booking, and bringing that to the staff makes her and the staff members happy. So even though she's unable to be with us today, Rochelle Tyler, thank you very much for your service. Last but not least, Judge David Hagerman. Judge Hagerman. So, Judge Hagerman has 30 years with Tarrant County, and we all know him now as a judge. He also served in the DA's office for 22 years here in Tarrant County, and he was elected in 2014 to the bench. So he's been there since January 1st of 2015. He's been married 35 years, and I'm guessing that is you right there. Behind every good man is always a better woman. So he grew up in South Oak Cliff, went to Carter High School, and lives in Grapevine. He ran the narcotics task force for the DA's office, and he's a North Texas graduate. Played tight end at North Texas, so we've got the football contingent sitting over there. And Judge Hagerman was a CPA, and pretty impressive. So he has worked in 4 different counties and says there is no better place than Tarrant County. He is very proud of his 2 children. One is now a U.S. Treasury agent. One works in the medical field. So for 30 years of loyal service to Tarrant County, Judge Hagerman, thank you very much. It's an honor to know you. Now, for those of you who are here celebrating anniversaries, the normal course of action is you just follow Tom Wilder, and he'll take you over to the reception, but I don't see Tom here, so there he is. There he is. He's not even up yet. He forgot it. So that's right. There's a reception here behind us. You're all invited to attend. And you're also welcome to stay in here if you're a glutton for punishment. But if not, you're welcome back. And again, we thank you for many years of service and hope for many, many more. Okay, next up on our agenda is the consent agenda, removing A13 travel requests from the administrator section, B3 from the auditor section, and G4 from public health. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those subtractions?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Fickus, a second from Commissioner Brooks. Any discussion about the remaining items on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, the consent agenda is approved unanimously.
Judge, before we get into the rest of the agenda, I just would mention the court may wish to receive and follow the employee recognition.
Move to receive and file the employee recognition.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the employee recognition. All in favor, cast your votes. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
All right, GK.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, if we can now go to item A1 under the administrator's section. This is an item that we've been discussing for several weeks now. We're requesting that the Commissioner's Court, if it so desires, to meet rather than every week, to approve orders designating the frequency in which the Commissioner's Court shall convene in regular session during FY23 and authorizing payment of certain time-sensitive claims submitted by the county auditor. What we are recommending is that if the court so chooses that we hold court on the first, third, and fifth Tuesdays of each month. Also, there is in this order you will see that that the county auditor, working with the district attorney's office, has identified various items that we're asking you to approve for her to pay and then come back to the court for final approval on that, and that's the resolution that is attached. Also, still well provided this morning, we just laid something in front of you. These are the vendors, some of the vendors that we are going to be contacting. These are utility vendors, so that, and we'll be working with them so that we'll try to make sure that they don't charge us a late fee on those particular items. And so this is up for discussion and possible action.
Okay, commissioners, questions, comments?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the new meeting schedule being the first, third, and fifth Tuesdays of the month. Any discussion?
Yes. I contacted Ms. Tidwell over the weekend because I wanted to make sure that we took care of our constituents, particularly those that for whom we help with rent payments and utility payments. So we did talk about adding human services payments to this list. We're not going to do it today, but we do have an option, I think, to add it in the future. Is that correct?
Yes, the list can be amended in the future. We're going to work on the areas that we're still trying to identify a way to accelerate payments for a variety of type vendors, human service being one of those. And we'll come back to the court when we have any additions to the list. I don't foresee any deletions for the list that we have today. The order also has a specific term, and it can be amended prior to that, but also at the time we bring it back at the end of that 90-day period. We can look at whether or not there are other vendors that we could add.
Thank you.
So I'm open to that. I'm open to having those discussions. Whether we can get to the place we need to be, I don't know, but I'm more than willing to have those discussions.
I certainly think that Commissioner Simmons' suggestion improves the process considerably.
Thank you.
And I would be fully supportive of it. So, okay, with that, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. The new schedule is now approved. A2.
And that schedule takes effect beginning in April.
Okay, you will let us know
Yes, sir. Yes.
when not to come down.
Right.
Members of the court, we can now move to item number 2. This concerns a letter of support for the study and planning grant, which is related to the Tarrant County State Hospital. This is something that Mr. Schaffner is working on in Austin. I believe that our intent is to get approval by the Commissioners Court of this, get you all to sign on to this letter of support. This would provide approximately $15 million of state funding to do the preliminary study as it relates to the state mental hospital here that we hope that the state would build. Also, once we get this approved by Commissioners Court, we're going to ask the mayors of all the cities to also sign on to show their support for this facility. This is something that we're not negotiating, but working with our delegation on, and they have requested this. So staff is requesting that the Commissioners Court approve this by a unanimous vote. And I'm sorry, we do have one audience participation form on this.
Okay.
It is the top legislative priority, perhaps, of this court. It's certainly my top legislative priority. And this is a step in the right direction. We ought to do it.
And you're asking the Tarrant County Mayor's Council?
Yes.
To sign on?
Yes, sir, we are.
Correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the letter. Any discussion?
We do have an audience
Yeah.
one.
Oh,
So-
good point.
So,
Where is that?
Your Honor, this is one, Mrs. Becky DeLon had requested this. Initially, she said that this is an item not on the agenda, but in her comments, she stated that she wanted to applaud our efforts on the state mental hospital. So if she's here, I would suggest that we have her comment on this item.
Sure. Are you present? Is Becky present? All right. Seeing that she is not, any other discussion amongst the commissioners? We do have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, that passes unanimously. A3.
So on item A3, Chandler, you're going to make that presentation. This is Chandler Merritt. I believe that all of you know he's one of our ACAs. And we do have an audience participation.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. For your approval this morning, we have a professional services contract with Komatsu Architecture for architectural and engineering services related to the Tarrant County Law Enforcement Training Center feasibility study.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the professional services contract. And we do have someone signed up to speak to that.
Ms. Cox is here.
Okay, is Ms. Cox here?
Jackie Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Cox couldn't make it today due to her ailment. If you could read her comments, if you posted some, it'd be appreciated.
Yeah, I don't think we read comments. So, all right. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Just that approving the feasibility study is one step in the process. It is not a vote to build this facility. It's a vote to study it.
Right. All right. Any other discussion?
I'd comment and say that the feasibility study, it is the critical first step in my perspective of the process. I couldn't be more excited about the route we're on, the direction we're going to invest in Tarrant County law enforcement. I think it's sorely needed. It's a long time coming. And so I'm very encouraged by the forward progress, by the pace at which we're moving. And I hope that through the feasibility study, we determine that it's absolutely critical need and responsible use of taxpayer dollars, and that we are going to make the largest investment in Tarrant County law enforcement that we've ever had. In my opinion, law enforcement around the country right now tends to be controversial, and for me, that's unacceptable. Law enforcement will not be controversial in Tarrant County, Texas. We're always going to stand up and back the men and women that do it, and I think this is a critical first step in investing in the training and making sure that our law enforcement can be the best that they can be. That's my focus, so I enthusiastically support the study. I enthusiastically support the project. So thank you, Chairman, for putting it together.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other discussion or comments from Commissioners Court? All right. Seeing none, cast your vote. All right. It passes unanimously. Next up, A4.
Members of the court, we can now go to item A4. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve and concur with approval by the hospital district of a commercial lease agreement between the hospital district and Lori's Gifts for lease space at the JPS Health Network main campus, which is at 1500 South Main Street, Fort Worth.
Move approval.
All right. We have a motion to approve the commercial lease agreement.
Second.
Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. A5.
And on A5, Ms. Camarena is going to make that presentation.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Item 5, we are requesting approval of an agreement between Tarrant County and Fort Worth Housing Solutions for an affordable housing development, Casa de Sueños, in the Las Vegas Trail area. This is proposed as a funding partnership between Tarrant County, the City of Fort Worth, and several private contributors. And we request your approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion?
We do have
I would like to thank Commissioner Ramirez for staying with this project and wrestling it to the ground and making it work for both the homeless population and for the taxpayers of Tarrant County. It's a win-win, and I thank you for your efforts in getting it done.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion amongst the court? We do have two speakers on this item. One is Lydia Hyatt.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Judge and Commissioners. I'm Lydia Hyatt. Although I am affiliated with Broadway Baptist Church, and support our justice initiatives, I am not speaking to you on behalf of Broadway. My remarks are my own. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. I appreciate the compassion of the Commissioners Court. You're approving the allocation of $32.5 million of state and local fiscal funds for the ARPA housing program will benefit many people. The former Knights Inn being transformed into a place for the homeless to have a permanent residence is a reminder that there is a lot of good in our city. I appreciate the cooperation of the City of Fort Worth, the county, Tarrant County Housing Solutions, and the many nonprofits that came together to make this happen. I understand that the genesis of the project came from Manny Ramirez. Thanks so much for believing that something good could come out of something dangerous. I believe that this is the kind of spirit that often has a contagious-like quality. Thank you.
Thank you. And then there's somebody named Mike C. Please identify yourself when you speak.
My name is Mike C. I live in Fort Worth. If you want to fix homelessness, you have to secure the border, stop the flow of drugs, life sentences for convicted in the drug trade, drug treatment centers, FDR-type work programs, humanely ran insane asylums, and lastly, enforce vagrancies along with all the above in place. According to Mayor Mattie Parker, this housing is dedicated to children, their families, and victims of domestic violence. According to the ST article, some units will be set aside for victims of domestic violence. I ask, is it some or all units dedicated to this? As Mayor Mattie says she is proud to do the right thing. Many taxpayers say taking from one family by force, taxes, to give to another family is not doing the right thing. You are causing the very homelessness you think you are solving. People in this city continue to be driven from their homes due to the high, ever-growing property taxes. Doing the right thing will be working on property tax reform to prevent people from being taxed out of their homes to start. Housing victims of domestic violence is a function that should be left to family, church, charity, and the private sector. You have partners, but the city and the county is making the biggest expenditure by far. Whenever government gives something free or subsidize something, you get more of the problem you think you are solving. Government-guaranteed student loans have drastically driven up the price of universities. The war on poverty through welfare programs has only created more poverty and dependence. Your free housing that you're paying for with other people's money will only create more homelessness. Have you not seen what's been happening in other big cities that have tried this? These policies will be the downfall for Fort Worth and Tarrant County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion from the court on this item?
I'll speak to it for a minute, just to express my enthusiasm for the project. I think the folks over in Las Vegas Trail in the corridor, they've been looking forward to having some revitalization for a long, long time. But more than that, I think that the community at large in Tarrant County and in Fort Worth can be confident that this court, that city leadership, that our nonprofit leadership really does care about every single corner of the community, and that none are going to be left behind. This project in particular is a win-win-win. You don't find these often, where you get buy-in from county stakeholders, city stakeholders, nonprofit, private developers, and nonprofit philanthropic communities. And when everybody has skin in the game, that means that everybody's going to remain committed to doing more. This is not a one-time project where Tarrant County makes an investment and then turns the other cheek. This investment actually allows for wraparound services to be contained, workforce development so that folks can get on their feet, become contributing members to society, actually become the tax base. And we're doing it in the most responsible manner possible with private partnership and utilizing federal and state funds, not Tarrant County taxpayer funds. So ultimately, this project was a win-win. I'm proud to support it, and I'm very proud to have the support of my colleagues on the court to support it. So that's all I have to say about it.
All right, anything else? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Now we insert the item removed from the consent agenda, A13.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on A13, this is, we're requesting approval of out-of-state travel requests. There are several of those that are contained within your court communication, and staff is requesting approval.
I do support that particular travel request. The reason I wanted it removed is because I wanted to point out kind of inconsistencies. A few meetings ago, we had a department request travel with a registration fee that was called exorbitant. And so there's a registration fee here for a conference, and it is about the same amount. It's $3,500 or something like that. I support the travel, but if what's good for one department is good for the other department is what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the out-of-state travel request presented. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, cast your votes. All right, it passes unanimously. All right, next up is item B1, approval of release of depository collateral from the auditor's section.
Yes, we're asking that you approve the release of the $22,001,000 of collaterals outlined in your court communique.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the release of the depository collateral. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Next up is B3, which was removed from consent, and it's to receive and file the auditor's report for the cash count for juvenile services.
Yes, and you have the attached response from the Juvenile Services Department. So I'd be happy to answer any questions after the speaker or whatever we need to do at this point.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on the court? All right, sign up to speak to this item is Daniel Bennett.
Judge O'Hare, Commissioners, I just wanted to point out Benny Medlin. I met with him briefly and really impressed with the gentleman. They have something called transformational awards. And how I understand it, these probation officers that oversee these young youths, anywhere from 15 to 25, maybe 10% of that will get this transformational award annually. And I know these gift cards will possibly be used for that, but what was most impressive is that this isn't mandated anywhere. This is done out of the kindness of their hearts to do these things for these children. And I think that needed pointed out to the county and to the commissioners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the court? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, the item passes unanimously. Next up, from the Criminal District Attorney's Office, approval of acceptance of funds in connection with the Texas statewide opioid litigation settlement. We are going to take that in executive session before we address it or take any action in open. So now we have Human Resources, receive and file the personnel agenda.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Good morning and thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning and thank you. That was simple. Yeah, they wish it could all be that way. All right, next up, we do have an item from Public Health removed for a speaker. That would be item G4, which is approval of the fiscal year 24 and 25 Texas Department of State Health Services Laboratory Response Network Influenza Surveillance and Epidemiology Activities Grant Contract. As if they could squeeze more words into that. So we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, Mr. Bennett.
Judge O'Hara, Commissioners, I just want to point out about this PCR testing. It's been in the news lately over the last 3 years. Down in Florida, they were testing for COVID-19 with this particular test. Or I guess they replicate the DNA, and then they get a big enough sample to say, you're COVID positive. Well, this is for influenza, and there's several different uses for PCR testing. But the polymerase chain reactions that they use have proven to be unreliable in the COVID arena. I just want our health department to state with specificity, when applied to this influenza, when they start collecting this data, that there's an asterisk someplace stating that they are confident that the procedures that were used to derive the information is true and correct to the best of their ability. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any further discussion from the court? All right, we do have a motion and a second. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Next up, we have purchasing. Ms. Lee, item H1.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have 10 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding RFP number 2022-175. This is our annual contract for forensic DNA and laboratory information management software for the medical examiner's office, awarding to Stax DNA, doing business as Invita Healthcare Technologies. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. H2.
The second item is an award recommendation regarding RFP number 2022-215. This is an annual contract for EpiTrax Cloud Hosting, Support, and Professional Services for Public Health, awarding to Resolve Technology Solutions, LLC, per contract terms. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval.
So I have a couple of questions on this. The cost of the years 2 through 5, how is that to be paid for? Is that with CARPA funds?
Yes. Yes, sir.
2 and
3 are with ARPA funding.
Okay. Can anybody explain how EpiTrax is going to improve disease surveillance and prevention?
So EpiTrax is an open source piece of software, and we're moving this into the cloud, and that'll remove it from our secure environment, our software environment, and which will protect. We tend not to. We don't want to have any open source software behind our firewalls. This will put it in the Amazon Web Services, AWS, and that's how we will hope to make sure that we not only protect our ability to secure the data on our firewalls, but also to have an environment where that they will manage the software and keep it up for us.
Is one of the, and this may be a question for Vinny, but is one of the stated purposes of this, I think, is disease prevention. How does this address disease prevention?
Good morning, Your Honor. I did bring another expert, Rajdeep Kumar. She's our informatics program manager, and she'll be happy to answer some of these questions for you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning,
Good
Commissioners.
morning.
Thank you for having us today. So the EpiTrack software is actually our disease surveillance and management software. So what? Right, is that a little better?
Yes.
So what this does is it allows us to electronically receive lab reports and case reports from providers and other labs. Once we receive those reports electronically, we're able to do our disease investigations and outbreak management. So when there are outbreaks, this software does allow us to efficiently investigate and manage those. And then at the end of it, it does also allow us to do reports and look at our data and see how the disease is progressing within our county, as well as send those data electronically to the Department of State Health Services. So a lot of the manual processes that we're currently doing are eliminated, which allows us to do disease prevention much faster and much more efficiently.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. What are we not?
The third-
H3.
Yes, the third item is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-055. This is a purchase of firearms and tool markings comparison microscope for medical examiner's office, awarding to Project Tina AG.
Okay. All right, I move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. 4.
And the fourth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-062. This is our annual contract for fire sprinkler inspections, repairs, and parts replacement for facilities management, awarding to the primary, secondary vendors listed per unit price, per hourly rate, and markup for parts.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
The fifth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-063. This is our annual contract for electronic fire alarm inspections and repairs for facilities management, awarding to the various primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed per unit price, hourly rate, and markup for parts.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. 6.
The sixth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-073. This is our annual contract for preventative maintenance and repair of uninterruptible power supply and equipment for facilities management, awarding to DC Group Incorporated per unit price, hourly rate, and markup for parts.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
And the seventh item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-074. This is our annual contract for electrical services for facilities management, awarding to the 4 primary vendors listed per hourly rate and markup for parts.
All right.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 8.
The eighth item is an RFP number 2023-046, annual contract for computer aid dispatch and law enforcement records management system for the Sheriff's Office. We're requesting rejection of all bids and permission to rebid with revised specifications.
All right, I move to reject all bids and rebid with revised specifications.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 9.
And the ninth item is regarding RFP number 2023-061, annual contract for ServiceNow rebaseline for information technology. We're requesting rejection of all bids. 2 responses were received, and they were over budget. So we're going to revise the specifications to only the required items.
All right, I'll make a motion to reject all bids.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Number 10.
And the last item is an approval of an invoice payment for surplus box sanders for Precinct 3 maintenance to the Texas Department of Transportation and contract approval.
5 cents on the dollar.
Move for approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion?
We were just discussing over here the impact these have during the winter months and how we were able to get them very, very cheap from the Department of Transportation. So great job, Commissioner.
So I have a question. They were purchased in December 2022. It's March. Why are they just being?
Well, we didn't know that they were going out to bid for these items, so that's why we're requesting approval from the court to make the payment. But we do have a permission on next week. I believe it's next week, because another precinct, I think Precinct 4, wants to also bid on some TxDOT items. This is our first time being notified of such purchases, so we're going to ask the court for permission to do that moving forward, and that way all the precinct maintenance facilities can bid on TxDOT items.
Okay. Well, to your point, it seems like you could have used them if they had been received sooner. That's all.
We just got a little bit ahead of the process.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. All right, next up, and if you were not here at the beginning of the meeting, next up is discussion and possible action concerning the TAD board situation. There are a number of people signed up to speak to this item, so we are going to address this item in executive session when we recess this public meeting here shortly. We may or may not take action after we come back from that executive session. So if you want to wait until we're back from executive session to make statements, we'll allow you to do that. If you would like to make them during public comments here shortly, we'll allow you to do that. So decide what you want to do there. Public comments will be coming up here in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, something like that. Okay, so we're bypassing item 1A for now. On to interlocal agreement, Precinct 1, Commissioner Brooks.
I move approval of 2 interlocal agreements with the Everman Independent School District, specifically items 9-2, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the interlocal agreements from Precinct 1 as listed here, and you said 9. Did you mean L2, A through D? Is that what we're talking about?
9L.
9L2, A through D.
A,
Got
B,
it.
C, and D.
Gotcha. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. All right, next up, board appointments. I have several. Do we have any from any other commissioners?
I've got several also.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. First, to the JPS Board of Managers, I'd like to appoint Leonard Firestone. He's currently council member, District 7 in Fort Worth, Texas, to replace Steve Simmons, who's in an expired term right now. Leonard Firestone has been an incredible member of our community for a long time. He's an incredible business mind, and I think with JPS Board of Managers, having business acumen on there to replace some of the folks that we've lost is going to be critical as they run a billion-dollar business over there. So I couldn't be more excited to propose Leonard Firestone for appointment to the JPS Board of Managers.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Leonard Firestone to the JPS Board of Managers. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, cast your vote. All right, he's approved unanimously.
Also, to the Tarrant County Historical Commission, I've got several appointments. I would move to appoint Mr. Steve Myers, Ms. Clarissa Epps, Mr. Harry Max Hill, Mr. Brent Hyder, and Christopher Morris to the Tarrant County Historical Commission. Some of them are currently serving and they're just reappointments. A couple of them are new appointments, but all of them are going to do an incredible job for us.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint those listed individuals to the Tarrant County Historical Commission. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Any other appointments? No. Okay, I have two. I believe I have two. Yes, one is Raymond Berry III to the CPS Board. He came highly recommended from another board member, and we met with him in our office, and I think he'll do a fine job. So I would make a motion to appoint Raymond Berry to the CPS Board.
Second.
Question.
Sir.
Has he been through the required background check?
He has. We didn't get him last week, so yes. And he currently serves on their nonprofit arm or board and has for several years, I believe. Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Raymond Berry to the CPS Board. Any further discussion there? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. And then one other appointment, Cheryl Bean from MHMR. Cheryl Bean is a home builder here. She's been the past president of the Greater Fort Worth Builders Association, is heavily involved with that group, has a tremendous amount of business experience, lives in Fort Worth, and I think will do a great job. So I would make a motion to appoint Cheryl Bean to the MHMR Board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Any appointments to any TIF boards? All right, seeing none, we will now move to approval of claims and addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the claims and the addendum. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. And now we have one briefing on Heritage Park and the surrounding park improvement projects.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, this is an item that the county has been working on for several years. Commissioner Brooks, you've been actively involved in this particular one. Mr. Andy Taft, who is the president of the Downtown Fort Worth Inc., is here to make a presentation to the court.
Good afternoon. I'm Andy Taft. I'm the president of Downtown Fort Worth Inc. And GK, thanks to you and your staff and Commissioner Brooks for years of participating in this project. This is a project that should be near and dear to the County Commission's heart because it's right at your doorstep. There are a number of facets of this park improvement program that have been lingering for a number of years and some issues that need to be resolved, and I think that all the stars are aligning to take care of a lot of them within one project. Our partners are the City of Fort Worth, Tarrant County, Streams and Valleys in particular, and Downtown Fort Worth Inc. with significant funding from the Amon G. Carter Foundation and the Sid Richardson Foundation. We need to go back to about 1973 when Lawrence Halpern was hired by the Amon Carter Foundation to look at Heritage Park and the bluff and to somehow connect the river to downtown in celebration and in preparation for the celebration of the bicentennial. And as he looked at how downtown related to the river, he identified a series of challenges that needed to be addressed. The first was that the beautiful courthouse sat between downtown and the river, and it's a super block, and that both Weatherford and Belknap were significant barriers to pedestrian access to the river and from the river to downtown. Paddock Park, which didn't have any functional use, very much like it does today, which is just at the north end of the courthouse, was a green space that acted as a barrier to the river. And the bluff itself, with its 80-foot drop down to the river, represented a significant barrier. And then the development potential of the other side of the river was an obvious thing that needed to be addressed. So if we start with that last one, the entire Panther Island project is finally coming into pass. But as you go through this program, you are going to see how all of the issues that he identified that needed to be addressed have not been addressed and that we will be addressing in this program. And all of those things, by the way, were things that kept the existing Heritage Park from being successful. We've assembled a multidisciplinary team that takes care of all of the traffic engineering and environmental and dealing with all of the structural issues associated with the bluff. All of this funding was funded by the Amon G. Carter Foundation on the beginning with an almost complete set of plans for Heritage Plaza itself by Bennett Partners here in Fort Worth. This larger team has also been, the last stages of funding have been provided by the city and the Amon Carter Foundation. So Heritage Plaza, if you haven't been in Heritage Plaza, it's just a couple blocks away from where we are now. It's been closed since 2007 because of some life safety and some safety concerns. And again, we're at about 95% complete. For all intents and purposes, we're shovel ready on reopening this, this park that's on the National Register. And thanks to the Downtown TIF and local philanthropy, the problems associated with why this has not been successful from the start are going to be addressed. The Downtown TIF is in this for $1 million. And just a few of the things that are going to be addressed are opening the wall so that you can see through, replanting, new lights, LEDs, getting the pumps working again, and bringing back this remarkable public space, which many people have never been in, don't even know about, bring it more front and center in the lives of Fort Worth and Tarrant County. Paddock Park, which is a glorified median at the foot of the Tarrant County Courthouse, is going to be completely reimagined, and it's going to be a place that human beings are going to want to be, and as opposed to what it is now, which is a place that cars have to go around. But it's literally its current function. We're going to transform it into this, which has a lot of different features, but I think the next series of slides really illustrate what can happen at the foot of the courthouse. Not the least of which is the entry experience, the arrival experience into the park itself, at the corners. In the park, we're talking about plantings. We're not putting up big walls or barriers. We understand that the traffic is significant, but we've got the real estate to work with to use native plantings and foliage to keep people out of the streets. No kid is going to chase a ball through that, if it gets kicked into the street, or a Frisbee. And then at night, as you're driving from the stockyards to downtown right now, you see the courthouse, and you know that there's some trees. The trees are dark. But there is nothing at the base of the courthouse that celebrates the architecture or the place itself, because it's a median. When the improvements are made, this is the kind of environment that we want people to see when they're driving into downtown. This is a real rare gateway moment. So imagine this kind of vision with the courthouse behind it and people actually in the space. So we're going to go from this. So right now, the only human amenity in this park are these stairs. There's not a bench, there's not a chair, there's nothing. This is what we have now. This is where we are proposing to go. A water feature at the ground plane. It drops about 8 feet from top to bottom. A water wall, movable tables and chairs, benches, umbrellas, maybe some swings, some decks under the big shade trees. The entire Paddock Park graded so that people who have mobility challenges can get from top to bottom and ultimately into Heritage Park itself. We're going to create a place for human beings at the base of that building, which I believe will become the selfie spot in Fort Worth, Texas. This is where people are going to go. Right now, the selfie spot, they run into the middle of Main Street between 2nd and 3rd, take a picture if there's no traffic, and then jump back on the sidewalk. We're going to transform what is now a median into one of the finest public spaces in all of Fort Worth and Tarrant County. This is the gateway into Heritage Plaza, which if you stand at that location, you would ask yourself whether or not people want you to go down there. And I think that's not an overstatement. We want to transform this, which we're calling the forecourt. We're going to transform it from this to something that looks like this. Open it up, get rid of some of the trees that are stressed, open up the park itself, create a very clear corridor down to the top of the bluff, and make sure that people feel very welcome, and just by virtue of design, understand that they are welcome to go down this road.
And safe in doing so.
Yes, exactly right. So what you're looking at is the extension of Houston Street all the way to the bluff. And so we're going to walk down that path, and when you do that today, this is what you see. Downtown literally peters out into dirt and rock and sticks that have dropped from the trees. That's what happens at the top of the bluff in downtown Fort Worth. We're going to transform this, and that vault, that Encore vault, has to stay, so we're going to decorate that. But we're going to transform it from this to this. Oh, the excitement. There we go. The plan is to build a big deck that overlooks the bluff and the Panther Island area, ties into Heritage Plaza and into Franklin Street down to Taylor. A deck that people can get married on, they can get engaged on, they can have wedding receptions and parties and view the fireworks and have a place in Fort Worth at the very top of the bluff for free where everybody can enjoy the view. This is one of the very few high points in Fort Worth with unobstructed views for miles. And it's an opportunity for people to get together from all walks of life in every corner of Fort Worth to celebrate what our community is and the amazing natural resources that we have in both the Panther Island area and the river itself. So as you can kind of see in this vision, there are sidewalks that kind of radiate out from this from the foyer and the balcony, and those are a canopy walk. This is how we're going to activate the bluff itself, that 80-foot drop where people can, in an accessible environment, get from downtown, which is at the top of the hill, which is where the fort was built. They can get from the top of the hill all the way down to the river road below at an ADA grade, about 5% grade. And at each one of those switchbacks of the elevated walkway down the bluff, there are opportunities for exhibits about who used to live here. We're going to put the heritage back in Heritage Park, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. But this is a remarkable opportunity to create an amenity and an attraction in Fort Worth using that very rare verticality of the bluff itself. And at the bottom of the canopy walk will be a grand set of river stairs that will act as an amphitheater as well, as seating for public events that can happen down at the river. And this is a monumental new public space, again, where I think we can imagine people will exercise and get engaged, watch the fireworks, and have an opportunity to enjoy the river itself and the view, and the canopy walk, all the way up to the courthouse. I'm gonna bring your attention back to the river stairs in just a moment, but I also want to talk about Fort Worth Public Art's very extensive work on a public art plan that they have developed around this entire idea from Paddock Park all the way down to the River Road. They've engaged Leg Lewis Leg to look into the idea of the heritage of this place. It's called Heritage Park because that's in 1976 when they built the park to celebrate the bicentennial. They were talking about the establishment of Fort Worth and the fort. Well, this place has a much deeper heritage than just that, and it dates back a few 100 million years, back to when this land was underwater south of the equator, and there were big dinosaur animals swimming around, and ultimately it was raised up above, and there were dinosaurs walking around here. And then there were people who hunted woolly mammoths here, and there were American Indians here, and there has been a Hispanic community that used to live where Heritage Park is now, and there were recently freed enslaved people who lived here. And there's a whole story to tell and to educate the people of Fort Worth about this place, and you can do it at the place. So it's a remarkable opportunity to go all the way from dinosaurs to who we are right now, and to tell those stories in an outdoor environment where people can actually see the limestone, and that's where the shale comes from, and that's where the oil and gas comes from. And so we've got all of these wonderful stories that we can tell, that the arts team is exploring and trying to figure out how to communicate. So the art plan, I believe, is available online, or it will be soon, and they've identified some key areas within the whole project where some of these bigger stories might be told. And including Paddock Park, and this is one that should be of significant interest to the Commissioner's Court. This is a southbound look at the courthouse coming over the bridge. At the point there, which will be incorporated into the park, Fort Worth Public Art has identified that location as a site for a significant piece of public art. Probably not that tall. It won't affect the view of the courthouse as much as you might imagine in that rendering. But that piece of public art would be commissioned to be created by a person of American Indian heritage. The fort was built because of a treaty that was signed with American Indian tribes, and the Fort Worth Public Art does not have much in the way of public art created by American Indians, and so they thought that this would be a particularly compelling place for that. We don't know what that art is yet. There's going to be a process that'll go into selecting that piece of art, but it's an exciting acknowledgement of the heritage of this place. And, oops, gosh, oh no, how do you go back? Here I go. Smaller button. The garage, the county parking garage, kind of hovers over the park, and right now it's just white bands. It presents an opportunity to add some color and some excitement to the bluff itself and to the gateway into downtown. And one of the neat things that the art group has identified is using that as a canvas of some kind to tell stories. It could be done with vinyl, it could be done with paint. There would need to be a lot of public process around what that would be and what it would look like. But it's a compelling idea and one that we look forward to exploring.
It can also be done by projecting an image onto that blank canvas without having to paint or do anything else to our building. We just project an image onto it that tells a story.
Yeah, I think that observation is a really good one, and I think it expands how flexible that canvas can be. So it's going to be an exciting conversation, and I look forward to seeing what happens there. When you put all of those pieces together, you get something that looks like this. And we'll start at the bottom where the river stairs are, the canopy walk up to the balcony, and Heritage Park opening up across the street to Paddock Park. And what I didn't mention is that we're working with the COG on creating some bump outs to address Weatherford and Belknap, that crossing distance. You might recall that a judge was killed crossing, I believe it was Weatherford. And so we'll have to sacrifice a couple of on-street parking spaces on each corner around the courthouse, but we will effectively decrease the pedestrian crossing distance of both Weatherford and Belknap by 2 lanes without losing any traffic capacity. Just lose a couple of parking spaces, as you've seen around Sundance Square and some other places. We will reduce the pedestrian crossing distance of Weatherford and Belknap to no more than Houston Street in the middle of downtown. And with any luck, we'll see Belknap Street in front of the courthouse replaced with stamped concrete so that it reads like brick and hopefully slows the traffic a little bit. And the city's working on a comprehensive street light and signalization improvement down Weatherford and Belknap. For those of you who travel Weatherford and Belknap a lot, you know that the timing of those lights is such that just say that some improvement would be good. So they're working on that as well. I also want to point out that the canopy walk and the river stairs end down at the River Road at a place where it would be very handy to have a pedestrian bridge across the river connecting downtown to Panther Island. If you were to extend a pedestrian bridge from where you see the river stairs there, it would land very close to the power plant across the river that TCC owns. So while we don't have any money for it, we don't even have any drawings of it, there have been some conversations, and we're trying to integrate that into the long-term vision of Panther Island. So the next steps are that we are moving through the design process. We are at about 30% design development on all of the pieces that I just showed you. We're also 30% of the design development on the street work around the courthouse. We're advancing conversations with the COG on helping to fund for the canopy walk and some other ADA issues associated with this. We're about to launch a $20 million private capital campaign to finish out the funding for the construction. $5 million of that, by the way, will be private funds for an endowment for maintenance and operation. And then we go, once we're through the 30%, we'll start initiating some of the extensive reviews that will involve the COG, the Texas Historic Commission, the Army Corps of Engineers, the city, the county, and other agencies that have to review us, including the Water District. And so that's where we are. And hopefully, we will continue through the summer on design development and get through some of these approval processes. And the hope is, subject to successful fundraising and everything else I just talked about, this project should be opening, hopefully, in 2026. So I appreciate the opportunity. And again, GK, thank you for all the guidance that you've given us, and Roy. Thank you for years of patience on this project and your help with the improvements around the courthouse. Happy to answer any questions.
You didn't mention that I committed money.
I thought I'd let you do that. Roy's district has committed $2 million to improving the conditions around the courthouse.
From my discretionary transportation fund.
Fantastic.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you,
We
Judge.
do have one person signed up to speak to this item, Geraldine Cox. Not here? Okay.
So,
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm
Yeah.
just, for the newer members of the court, just Paddock Park, the county owns a third of that park, and the city owns the other 2/3.
Yeah.
Also, the unique thing about Paddock Park, or the project in general, is kind of what I always circle back to that makes Tarrant County unique, is there's so much private interest in investing in our public infrastructure. I mean, you've got foundations that are giving millions and millions of dollars just to make sure that everyone has access in our city to a beautiful space. That's rare, and you don't see it around a lot of cities and counties in the nation. So we're very fortunate to live where we live.
All right. Thank you again. Next up, we have announcements or comments from commissioners. Anything to add? Okay, now we come to the public comments section. As I stated earlier, if you wish to speak to the TAD issue, you're welcome to now. You're welcome to wait until we reconvene. So I will call your name. You can say pass if you choose to wait, or you can come up and speak. Charles Wiedemeyer.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare, fellow commissioners.
Morning.
I'd like to express my support for the recall of Ms. Wildman. Hope you guys agree with that and are able to appoint good leadership for the future at Tarrant County Appraisal District. And one other thing I was thinking about is, why do we need government appraisals on our homes, on our residences, when we all know what they're worth from our realtors? Why do we need to duplicate that effort? If we adopted market pricing, I guarantee you it would take care of the tax protest on the value of those homes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Jill Freer.
Thank you, County Judge and Commissioners. I'm Jill Freer. I'm a homeowner in the Linwood neighborhood in Precinct 4 in Fort Worth. And I also am here for agenda item L1 concerning Catherine Williman. And I do express my support for you to complete the recall of her as TAD chairperson immediately, and to replace her with the the member who ranked sixth in the voting, so it would be the next ranked person in the election, the person who received the next amount of votes. I think that would be a good solution to how do we replace and add one more person to that board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have George Dodson.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to let you know that after attending TAD board meetings for 3 years, I don't see any improvement in the transparency between the TAD and the public for those years. The board chairman, Ms. Willman, has repeatedly rejected placing important items on the board agenda that might provide transparency and oversight to the chief appraiser. Specifically, when the situation arose that the lead residential appraiser, Mr. Armstrong, sent complaints to the licensing board concerning Mr. Crouch, the board led by Ms. Willman chose to give the chief appraiser and Mr. Armstrong 2 weeks of unpaid vacation. Not only that, but they let Mr. Law investigate himself and Mr. Armstrong. This is unheard of, allowing a manager to investigate himself. He chose an attorney in Austin who did an investigation, but the board chose to only release a summary of the report. I believe the public deserves to see the entire report. In addition, the board has refused to take actions that have an external review of the appraisal software that was purchased and implemented in 2016. And if you've been around here very long, you realize the problems that created. Significant millions of dollars wasted or were lost. The software has failed repeatedly, but even though the board approved a review over 2 years ago, nothing has been done to get the external review of the software done. I don't see how taxing entities can put up with the board that only appears to be there to rubber stamp every decision of the chief appraiser. As a Colleyville City Council member and retired IT professional executive, I'm extremely disappointed at the actions of Ms. Willman and the majority of the board of the TAD board. I ask you today to agree with the recall proposed by the Keller City Council and vote to replace Ms. Willman on the board. I also hope the commissioners will choose individuals to serve on the board that will provide oversight for the taxing entities and the taxpayers who are directly affected by this action of the chief appraiser. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next up is Miguel Sanchez Jr.
Good morning, Honorable Judge and Commissioners. I respectfully request that you consider to vote against the recall of Ms. Wallman. In my opinion, Ms. Wallman is an upstanding person that has been nothing less than a pillar for the communities of Tarrant County. It is my understanding that the recall has been initiated by the Keller City Council after a local realtor requested them to do so. He attended the meeting shortly afterwards. Concerns about another board member's ties to him arose. The board member I am referred to is Mr. Rich Diot. As a TAD Board of Directors meeting, a public speaker asked for Mr. Rich Diot to resign. In response, this realtor went to the subsequent City of Keller Council meeting, and he requested to recall Ms. Wallman. Citing that 18% of Keller homeowners were his clients, this was, just asking for Keller City Council to initiate a recall due to his presumed power to influence powers with the voters in the City of Keller. I believe this was an unjustified attack on Ms. Wallman's reputation and attempt to influence the City Council to achieve his realtor political goals. Mrs. Wallman has been a respected and influential member of the community for as long as I can remember. I urge you to reject this recall effort as it's a blatant attack on Ms. Wallman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Doreen Geiger.
Doreen Geiger, Tarrant County taxpayer for 51 years. Judge O'Hare and Commissioners, please vote to recall the TAD chairperson, Ms. Wildman. Please fill the seat with the runner-up from the last TAD board election, Mr. Gary Lasata. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is John Pete.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, judges.
I want to let you know that on the 28th of June, I went down to TAD to get my homestead exemption and my disabled veteran exemption down there. And also to inform them that there was going to be a large turnout for Mr. Chandler Crouch on the 30th. And this is a letter I wrote just to keep some memory. On the 28th of June, I went to TAD to fill out my homestead exemption and disabled veteran for my house. During this time, I asked to speak to someone who is going to be at the upcoming TAD meeting on the 30th of June. I spoke with the same young lady who was present at the 30th June meeting and informed her that I expect a large turnout for the meeting. She ended up being Jeff Law's assistant, I guess. During the 30 June meeting, I get there about 8:30 a.m. The TAD board failed to heed my warning. They didn't expect a large turnout. During this time, a large proportion of the attendees were standing outside in extreme temperatures. One person was attended to by an ambulance. Unacceptable. During the meeting, I personally reminded Chairperson Catherine Wireman of her failure to accommodate such a turnout. Her answer was a lame excuse of not having a large room. Failure of leadership. Her resume is lacking anything of substance that I can see to make her qualified at all to be on that board. She should resign, recall, and never be put on a position anywhere in Tarrant County. She, during this whole time, tried to deflect her responsibility as chairperson for that board. I also pointed out to the young lady, did she inform her superiors, Jeff Law and Randy Armstrong? They should be fired too. This debacle would not have happened. During the meeting, I called on Mr. Jungus Jordan. He also happened to be a former lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He should know better. He should provide better leadership and oversight at that particular board. That's corrupt. He should resign too. And these are verified by my attendance for the 20th, 8th of June, and on the 30th. And when I went down to the DMV, I stopped down your office, Mr. Ramirez, and reminded you that Keller was having a recall, and I left a note. So I follow up with what I'm saying is factual, and she should not be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Forgive me if I get this last name wrong. Next up is Anthony Romadka. Close.
Good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners. My name is Anthony Romadka. I come here this morning thanking you for allowing me to speak. And I only have to say is that I pray that you would please vote yes to recall the Tarrant Appraisal District Chairperson, Ms. Wildman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Gerald Miller.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, to this esteemed panel. I just want to say I attended a board meeting at TAD last week in which I saw that man right there, Mr. Sanchez, be given a written statement by a detractor of Mr. Crouch and be told to read that written statement. Now, I pointed that out at the hearing because those written statements were with the same typeface, the same font, and apparently all had similar language to the words that Mr. O'Day wanted against the recall. So I'll just point that out, that there is a concerted effort by industry and people to misrepresent material facts of this board. In regards to what you said, Mr. Ramirez, about supporting all police, I should hope that as much as you support the right actions of all police officers, that you show equal indignation to groups and gangs of white officers who kill colored people in their own homes and support the removal from office and immunity, the denial of immunity to officers who brazenly commit these type of acts. Look at my face, ladies and gentlemen. As a 5-time Grammy Award winner, I was accosted by a gang of white police officers who felt that I was too well-spoken and didn't know my place and subjected to false arrest. This is what they do in Fort Worth. I was born in John Peter Smith Hospital. Do you know what it says on my birth certificate from 1971? Negroid. This is how the inappropriate officers act. To the point of Ms. Wildman, she has run amok. Jeff Law is trying to circumvent the authority of this board and implant his own portion. And my mother was the executive assistant to former County Judge Mike Moncrief for 10 years. I'm well aware of the duties and responsibilities of this court. I support this court, but this court should not abrogate itself of its own duties and allow a chief administrator who has his own designs on the city and the county tax resources to implement his own unfettered policy. And you should exercise your right, your jurisdiction, and remain your sovereignty as the protectors of the people of this county. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next up is Daniel Bennett.
Daniel Bennett, I too encourage this panel, this commissioners, judge, not to give up your sovereignty, not to give up the rights that were provided you within the property tax code, to better the community through your actions today. There are many things we can do, but they're being held back, where we can expand the TAD board. We can create opportunities for other people in the community to have input. And we'll never get there unless you recall Ms. Wildman today. This is your sovereign right. These are the things that you've been charged to do. Competing processes, prima facie, what came first? What are your attorneys going to tell you in executive session? Well, I'm not an attorney, but I have common sense. I've seen this before. I've been down this path. It's been documented. I hope you'll see it the way everybody in this audience sees it and understand that you are doing a great service today by fulfilling your duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Chandler Crouch.
Hello, Judge, Commissioners. I have something I'd love to hand out. Is that possible? Thank you, sir. Well, that's being handed out. I'll just introduce myself. My name is Chandler Crouch. This is my first time here, and it is a privilege to get to speak with you. I appreciate the opportunity. So the question before the court today is regarding the recall of the chairperson at the appraisal district. Believe that the question, well, I should introduce myself. I represent 28,000 households here in Tarrant County. I protest their property tax values free of charge. Each handout has two papers. There's a stapled and then there's a single sheet there. And I'll explain what that is here in a minute. But I represent homeowners here in Tarrant County, 28,000 this past year. I protest their property tax values free of charge with no strings attached. It's an act of community service. I serve the same people that you serve all across the county here. My purpose for being here today is because I feel like I am in a position of responsibility, doing more protests than anybody else, getting to see intimately what happens at the appraisal district. I've been present at almost every appraisal district meeting. I've helped write and pass legislation with cooperation of multiple legislators and on and on. The question about whether or not to approve the recall is we've got to look at the idea of this. Ms. Wildman submitted her resignation. She was also, the recall was initiated, and coming up to the appraisal district meeting this past Friday, there was quite a bit of uncertainty as to what path they would need to follow to fill that seat. And Ms. Wildman was aware of this uncertainty, and I believe that we need no other evidence than the fact that we're here today with some ambiguity about what process needs to happen to fill the seat than the fact that her one decision to submit that resignation and to understanding that the political or the legal quagmire that's going to throw all of these local governments into in a question of how we're going to fill that seat. That's the only evidence we need about her leadership there and whether or not that should be approved. Now the question is what are we going to do moving forward? I would ask that you approve the recall, but then we've got a question of do you stop there? In your agenda item, it says consider. It's not limited to certain actions. I would suggest that that leaves the door open to be able to pass a resolution to consider who's going to fill that seat. You guys have an opportunity here to act as leaders in Tarrant County. The only way this doesn't end up in a murky legal debacle here is if you guys take action. That's the only way this is solved. We're dealing with an area of the law that's not really defined. There's a hole here. No other state or no other county has touched these laws because nobody's ever had to utilize them and try and figure out how to navigate. The only way that we're going to have certainty is if you guys act, you complete the recall, and you go ahead and vote for the replacement, possibly contingent on maybe other actions that could happen. May I, real quick, what you have in your hands here are the results from the most recent appraisal district election. Just wanted to submit that so that you could have that for your conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Kimberly. Please hold all, we don't do that here. Kimberly Sane Owede. I hope I got that right.
You got it right.
Okay.
Good morning, Judge
Good morning.
and Commissioners. My name is Kimberly Sane Owede. I reside in Grand Prairie, Texas. I am here to ask that you guys finalize and vote for the recall of Chairman Catherine Wildman. We need leaders of TAD, and not just that entity, but all entities that, leaders that are going to not create problems, but are going to solve them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Rich Diott.
Thank you, Court. My name is Rich Diott. I serve on the Tarrant County Tarrant Appraisal District. And what is happening now is a recall was started, and then a resignation was given in that order. Those require two different paths to fill the seat again. That's really what is at stake now. So if there is some consideration that this is moot, the process certainly is not moot. The resignation, we had some recalls a few years ago. The chairman, Mike O'Donnell, was recalled, and another board member was recalled after a vote that we took to do a review, which we won 3-2. But with two new board members, we revoted that, and it failed 3-2. So what this issue about recall and resignation is not new. Everybody knew this could happen. And what it does is it puts you in a precarious position. Do you have the ability or the authority to do anything? And I would contend that you do. The process for a resignation is not addressed in the tax code, but the word vacancy is. And what the TAD board did on Friday when we met is we declared that there was a vacancy. We did that following an executive session in a meeting that Catherine Wildman was running. So the TAD board voted that there was a vacancy when the person who was supposed to be vacant was sitting right there. So I don't know how to address that in law. Lawyers and politicians sometimes create problems like this. I don't know that this has been addressed before. But my belief is, and I'm not a lawyer, but my belief is that the recall, there's no process for stopping a recall. So I think you can definitely vote on it, whatever you decide to do. You can definitely vote on it, and the outcome of that, we'll have to figure that out. So there's two different calendars at play. Somebody suggested, and I think this may have been a good suggestion, you can't vote because there's not an election now. But if you do, say what your desire would be. I think that may have some effect on the way people approach this. As for me, I'm going to be looking at the 8 entities that elected Catherine Wildman, and for me, they're making the decision. What this process that we're in right now is disenfranchising this court and 7 other entities from their vote, and I'm opposed to that. My time's up, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Keller Mayor Armin Mazzani.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare, Commissioners.
Hello, Mayor.
My name is Armin Mazzani. I have the privilege of serving as the Mayor of Keller. First of all, I just want to express my appreciation and gratitude for the service that you all do for Tarrant County. Tarrant County continues to be a model throughout the entire state, and that's because of leaders like you who continue to put service above self, who put good public policy over personality politics. Yesterday, I emailed this body the reasons as to why Keller took this extraordinary step, which was premised under the fact that TAD is less accountable and transparent today than it was 2 years ago. But for the sake of keeping my comments today to 3 minutes, I'd like to speak as to why we're here and why your action today matters. Under Chapter 6 of the Texas Tax Code, only the taxing entities who apportion their votes for specific TAD board members on behalf of their constituents can even call for a recall of that specific board member. In this case, that means that both Keller and Tarrant County are 2 of the 8 entities who have that right. Per the chief appraiser and TAD's attorney, the law overseeing our situation is confusing. Per the chief appraiser at that meeting that happened on Friday, there's a quote, "There's no specific wording in the law that says one action supersedes the other. The recall does not supersede the vacancy, and the vacancy does not supersede the recall." Although I agree that the law is confusing and murky, I would respectfully disagree with him that the recall does not supersede the vacancy. Keller called for a recall on February 2021, and on that same resolution, on that same night, casted its votes in favor of recalling the chairperson. In other words, the recall process had already begun on that night. Section 6.033D of the Texas Tax Code states in part, if the vacancy occurs in the board of directors after the recall of a member of the board under this section, the taxing units that were entitled to vote in the recall election shall appoint its new members. Commissioners, there's nothing in the code that defines what is a recall. There's nothing in the code that speaks to whether the entities that would have been entitled to vote in that recall election lose their right to do so just because a vacancy occurred after one having been initiated. The fact is the vacancy would not have happened if it weren't but for the recall election that Keller called for and voted on. In Texas, when laws are confusing, contradictory, unclear, public policy is to construe liberally in favor of legislative intent, in favor of the people, and all reasonable inferences must be drawn in the people's favor. Or in this case, the entities that represent the people. Bottom line, Keller believes, Your Honor, if I can just 30 seconds. Bottom line, Keller believes that the replacement of a board member that is subject to a recall be limited to those jurisdictions that voted for the board member initially, even though the board member resigned as a result of that effort. Despite all that, per the code, the commissioner's court is under a shot clock, and you have a specific window to act under the recall process. And so our constituents are watching. I hope and trust that Tarrant County can be the catalyst for the change that they expect. I appreciate your leadership and look forward to continuing to work with you on this and many other issues that impact our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have one other person signed up to speak. It's not on this item. Merle Glasscock.
Still good morning.
Good morning.
I am Merle Glasscock, a member of Broadway Baptist Church. I am not here on Broadway's behalf. I am here because I believe in the justice initiatives of Broadway. My comments are my own. And I thank each of you for listening to the people in your community. On February 27th of this year, the Star-Telegram quoted Roy Brooks as saying, "A stable and productive life starts with being housed. Everything else flows from that." That article stated the fact that family homelessness continues to rise in Tarrant County. Every Thursday evening, I am a host at an agape meal. I eat with the homeless people. I ask them about their lives and listen to their stories. I hear hurting people wanting to get a job. I hear some who have a menial job which won't pay for housing. I hear some who have a structure to live in but no heat or air. Some have leaky roofs. Others I have met have mental illness. They need a place to get quality care which could aid them to become productive citizens of our community. From what I read and understand, Tarrant County has been greatly lacking in concern for the mentally ill, but now there is hope for a state mental hospital in Tarrant County. This is encouraging. Please help that to happen. It's all an entangled web. From this morning, I understand the diversion center is getting more attention so that it will be better utilized. If a homeless person, most likely with some form of illness, is arrested on a misdemeanor today, where would that person be taken? To the diversion center, which would hopefully help the person, or to the overcrowded Tarrant County Jail, and possibly become another Robert Miller? Or would that person end up 247 miles away at a for-profit prison in Post, Texas? All the money that has been allocated for the homeless, please use it for the homeless. As Roy Brooks has said, a stable and productive life starts with being housed. Everything else flows from that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Please state your name.
My name is Elaine Close. I've been a citizen of Fort Worth for the last 48 and a half years. I just want to thank you, all of you. I've been active with the community in many different arenas, an old friend of Roy Brooks, and an old friend of J.D. Johnson's. I have led reports under the banner of the Center for Transforming Lives on the hidden homeless children under the age of 6. County Judge Glenn Whitley was part, and his staff were part of that report that is still available. In 2019, we documented in Tarrant County 16,000 plus homeless children. That included the homeless children that were counted by the school districts. The numbers are there through TEA. Of those 16,000, 6,000 homeless children were under the age of 6. These children will benefit when we recognize, as you have today, the need for housing, the need for the support system. I have served on the Workforce Development Board for many years. I have served as chair of MHMR of Tarrant County. I have served as a school board member, as a trustee, in the area that includes Las Vegas Trail. I started looking at the Las Vegas Trail with my election in 1996. I served 8 years. In those 8 years, we built a primary school. In those 8 years, we put in the Family Resource Center at Western Hills Primary. These children need a chance, and you are helping to give them a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, please remain silent while I read this statement. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now recessed and will convene in executive session, or maybe we won't.
You had one more hand.
I am Becky DeLon. I'm a member of Broadway Baptist Church. Did you use some? I'm on the Justice Committee as well, but I'm here today to speak on for myself. I'm here because the homeless and the mentally ill continue to be arrested and incarcerated for criminal trespassing and Class C misdemeanors, some of which do not mandate jail time under state law. And officers have broad discretion to make arrests or issue citations. The sheriff has the right not to arrest for criminal trespassing and to encourage more citations than arrest. The jails are overpopulated. Cost cutting has by necessity become top priority. The jail population is overwhelming the minimal staff, causing tensions to rise, indifference to prevail, abuse, and too often death. And so my question is, why aren't we diverting criminal trespassers to Tarrant County's Mental Health Diversion Center and issuing citations rather than making arrests? Our jail needs to be restored to its purpose to house criminals, not people with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and major depression. And why does our diversion center remain underutilized, operating at around 50% capacity? Its purpose is to provide treatment for persons who would otherwise be taken to jail, on a criminal trespass offense. As you know, Harris County Mental Health Jail Diversion Program was used as a model for Tarrant County, and it responded to its initial underutilization by changing the practice of only allowing criminal trespass cases to be admitted and to allow diversion to occur after a jail booking takes place. With the option of defunding our own diversion center looming in the near future, I am requesting all stakeholders, including the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center, convene to review and strongly consider changes to the intake policies of the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center. In addition, our police department has not embraced the option of deferring criminal trespassers to the diversion center. Therefore, I am requesting the Tarrant County Commissioners Court and their stakeholders intensify mandatory training and full implementation of procedures directing local police to utilize this resource. And I would be remiss if I did not commend and applaud your approval of the letter of support for the study and planning grant for a state mental hospital in Tarrant County, and an agreement between Tarrant County and Fort Worth Housing Solutions and the City of Fort Worth for the affordable housing project on Las Vegas Trail. This is a remarkably good day, a transformative day for the homeless and the mentally ill in Tarrant County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now exit open session and reconvene into executive session. GK, you ready here?
We're ready.
We're on? All right. All right, we are reconvening into general session after a lengthy executive session. The first item to address from the district attorney's section is the opioid settlement and the acceptance or denial thereof.
Good afternoon, members of the court. The Criminal District Attorney's Office is requesting the court accept funds in connection with the Texas statewide opioid litigation settlement in the amount of $2,218,523.80. CDA recommends approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Now, we have a motion and a second to approve the acceptance of funds in connection with the opioid litigation settlement. That's item 9D1. Any discussion? All right, cast your votes. All right, it passes unanimously. Then the only remaining item is the discussion and possible action concerning Tarrant Appraisal District Board Member Catherine Wildman's recall and subsequent resignation. So, commissioners, do we have any discussion, comments, questions, or action to take?
Move to recall Catherine Wildman from the Tarrant Appraisal District Board.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to recall Catherine Wildman from the TAD board, and we have a second. Further discussion? Comments, questions? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes 4-1. That is all we have for today's Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We have a motion to adjourn to second. Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Manny, are you a yes there on adjourning? Yes. All right, passes unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all. Y'all have a good one.